Hey, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. And let's start the day tackling brain fatigue. So we're at the top of page 17. This is actually a very common issue. Things like PTSD, chronic fatigue syndrome, fibromyalgia all have a very strong brain fatigue component to it. Brain fatigue can set in at any given time. It can be due to a traumatic event, but also it can be caused by like lymphatic stagnation, which overactivates the sensory nerves. And so too much neurological stimuli goes to the brain, overwhelms it, and basically eventually kind of begins shutting it down a bit. And so brain fatigue could also be just from lack of sleep. It can be nutritional deficiencies. It can be like prolonged periods of stress. Um, Hormonal issues, but let's go and address this. And when you go through and you address brain fatigue, you're also doing a neuroprotective component where you're protecting the nerves and the receptor sites, the neurotransmitters of the brain. And so potentially it helps diminish any tendency that you might have for like Parkinson's or anything that's a neurological dementia, things of this nature. It's not necessarily a cure for it, but it helps diminish the potential, right? So some of the effects of brain fatigue, just think about it like this: the brain is depleted, like it just doesn't have the energy like normal. Reduced concentration and focus, thinking processes are slowed down substantially, impaired memory and learning. Um, you start making more and more mistakes, increased errors, increased, um, like how I'm fumbling for a word right now, that could be interpreted as brain fatigue, right? So, and decreased accuracy in the things that you say. Um, Not so much opinions, but just the words that come out, right? Lack of motivation and productivity. And with a lot of what we're looking at, it impacts moods, mood changes, mood shifts, and just the emotional well-being of the person. And I find this one very interesting. Physical symptoms: headaches, eye strain, muscle tension in the neck and shoulders, um, and like a general feeling of heaviness, like heaviness in the body. Heaviness in the legs can be other issues, but when you're just feeling like heavy in the body, um, like there just feels like there's an energy that's just not clearing. A lot of times that's brain fatigue. And we do different things to stimulate mental processes. We use basil to clear out mental stress. We use rosemary to increase circulation. We use petitgrain for things like confusion and things like this. But this is, how do we resolve the fatigue itself? And that is best done with sage. And sometimes bacopa helps, but nowhere near as quick as sage. You can go through and do this process, and you can also on a daily basis put several drops of sage on the wrist. Remember also that sage is one of the things that we use to calm down the sensory nerves when they're overstimulated, like in chronic fatigue syndrome and fibromyalgia. Okay, so pull out your sage. A little bit of the sage too.
Yes.
Okay, just inhale it for a moment. And as you inhale, your awareness is on your brain. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your brain. If you have a spot in your brain that you can locate, do that. If not, your awareness is on your whole brain. You're still taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the brain. And then just pause for a moment and be still. Just notice how you feel. And then begin inhaling again. You're still on your brain. Just long, slow, deep breaths on the brain. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Just be still. Hmm. Now check in with your body. Where do you feel it in the body? You feel some tension, some agitation, some pain. This isn't about pain management. It's just about calming down the nerves that send stimuli to the brain. Wherever your awareness is at, start taking some long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your throat. Move your awareness down to the throat minor, the bottom of the throat, that little notch between the two collarbones. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Move your awareness to the jaws. Your awareness is on the jaws, where they hinge in front of the ears. Your temples. Your awareness is on your temples. Your back head. Your awareness is on your back head. And the forehead. Your awareness is on the forehead. And spinal awareness. Check in with your spine. Where do you feel it in your spine? Or explore the whole spine. This part's important because you want to calm down the nervous system. Just pause and be still. You're just pausing and being still. Again, explore your spine. Let's go section by section. Inhale with your awareness on the bones in your neck. Hold. Move to the area between your shoulder blades, your upper spine. Hmm. Your mid spine, the middle of your back. your low back area, the lower spine, also known as the lumbar. Just be still. Just be still. Just let it incubate. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your brain. And then just be still. Begin inhaling. Let's do your brain again. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your brain. Just be still. Just be still. Be aware of your body. Where do you feel it in your body? Where does something stand out? Where is there heaviness? Where is there tension? Where is there pain or agitation? Observe it and begin inhaling. Keep inhaling with your awareness on your body. Move your awareness to your throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your throat. And the throat minor, the bottom of the throat. Your awareness is on the throat minor, the bottom of the throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Your jaws, where they hinge in front of the ears. Your awareness is on your jaws. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The temples. Your awareness is on the temples. Your awareness is on your back head. Your awareness is on your forehead. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still. Just pause for a moment. Just be still. Your awareness is on your spine. Whatever spot feels heavy or dense, agitated, your awareness is on that area. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just let go. Just be still for a moment. Again, your awareness is on your spine, either your whole spine or a spot that sticks out to you. And inhale. Just be still. Notice how you feel. Your body, your emotions, your mind. Okay. Let's go ahead and share experiences or ask questions. You can unmute yourself or type in. How did that feel? How did that feel for you?
Yeah, yeah, go ahead, Peggy, then Laura.
Hi.
Hey,
Okay, so can this help you let unblock some blocks? Like I know we were on our throat and stuff, and I know I've got some running around there. Is that a good
I don't know what you mean.
some kind of blocks to stuff to mental or blocking stuff from coming, good stuff from coming in? Can that help release?
On the throat?
Yeah, like when we were, yeah, it's between the throat and the heart. And it's everywhere we
Why
were.
don't you describe what's going on? Like it kind of doesn't make sense to me. Like I'm sure it makes sense. It's just I'm not getting what you're talking about.
I think there's a block to abundance. That's
Tell me the symptoms rather than the interpretation. Like that's
just a little sadness, discomfort, like right there, but kind of heavy.
feels heavy in your body or in the just in the heart or
Heart, throat, chakra areas more.
So you're feeling something in the heart, you're feeling something in the throat. What makes you think it's prosperity oriented?
Because that's the only thing I'm blocking.
Are you asking me or are you telling me that?
I'm telling you that, and so asking
That's
if that.
not accurate. That's not accurate.
Okay.
Yeah. I can feel you're talking about something, but I'm not tapping into what it is. Like, give me some more details.
I was working with my friend at the break yesterday. She's a hypnotherapist and very intuitive. And a lot came up with just sadness, grief, and blocking. And it was in relation to letting abundance in. And it was generational.
Yeah. I'm having a hard time tapping into what you're talking about. Let's set aside what the hypnotherapist said and just tell me what's going on right now. And let's drop the generational thing. Just tell me what's going on right now. I think there's too much story around all of this. So just tell me symptoms.
The only symptom is the abundance that's not coming in, that's like right in front of my nose. And I feel great. I'm spreading joy. I'm happy as I can be. That's the only issue I have.
Okay. I'll have to think about it because I'm not seeing what's being presented. Like, I'll have to sit and think about it.
Okay, I'll let you. Thank you.
And then go ahead, Laura, then Tracy.
Hey, Laura.
Good morning.
Mhm.
I have a few questions. Parkinson's runs in my family. So, and you had talked about putting it on the wrists and inhalations, which I've done.
Mhm.
And one question is, should I be taking it daily internally?
No, I would. Internal doesn't make it any better.
Okay.
Some things it does, but with this, just the inhalation and applying it to the wrist. The wrist hits the blood and circulates it all through the body. And so if Parkinson's runs in the family, I would do this, and then I would do the part about the inflammation that we did yesterday. Like that combination is a really solid way to reduce the potential.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Are all, I know clear.
I'm curious, what age was the onset usually, like with people in your family?
My dad, I think, was probably 65, which I'm 64.
Mhm.
So it makes me very cautious.
Yeah. And you show no signs of it or
No
anything like
signs.
that?
No, I'm
Yeah.
fine.
I would
I'm
say
fine.
if you just like address the inflammation and the sage, the neuroprotective components of it, like put it on your wrist daily. From time to time, maybe take a sage bath or do like a sage body tonic. It doesn't have to be daily. Like I'd say maybe once or twice a week. And I mean, the other thing that I would probably add to that is there is that supplement, lion's mane. It's a mushroom.
I've got it
I
because you talked about it
Yeah,
before.
I would take big dosages of,
And what do you mean by big dosages?
like, if you have the powder, like I'd take like a quarter teaspoon, or not a quarter, like half a teaspoon. I mean, if you're up to it, I'd even take a whole teaspoon and just like drop it in hot, some water or hot water and just drink it like a tea.
I have
Like
tablets.
What's that?
I have tablets, so just
Yeah. It the reason I say powder is it's a way to reduce the cost, because the capsules themselves, the gel caps that they put the things in, usually when you buy an herb, that's the biggest expense. That, and then the next is the packaging. And so if you just buy the powder, you can buy bigger dosages of the powder. And there's places where you can buy fresh lion's mane and eat it, like in your salads, or saute it and cook it and eat it. Samantha's growing some right now in our kitchen, where we just get this little block, and she'll grow a lion's mane or two, and then they're pretty big. So and then we'll eat it for a while, and then we go like a month without eating it. But we take big dosages of lion's mane.
Excellent. Now,
You're kind of choppy.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit.
bit.
Say that last part again. You're
All right.
breaking up a little bit.
Are all sages created equal in this situation?
For this, they kind of are. Like I wouldn't go in, like with anything fancy. Spanish sage, you can do like huge dosages. Like all the other sages, you can do decent sized dosages, but you want to keep it within certain parameters just because of their chemistry. But I usually just go Spanish sage. There's even in that realm, there's like fancier versions of Spanish sage. I don't know that there's a big benefit to those fancier versions of it. The other versions are much more expensive, but I don't know that they add the neuroprotective quality of the brain fatigue issue. They don't really address like any of that and any better, I should say. Like it's kind of straightforward. So I mean, Spanish sage is cheap and you can just go crazy with it.
Great. Does
Yeah.
this process help organize the brain where there's better communication?
Or organizing, not so much organizing. I mean, it can help a little bit because if the brain gets fatigued, you have a hard time like kind of processing it. So if the brain is fatigued, I would say actually yes. But if the brain's not fatigued, things that organize the brain actually is tied to things that happen like down in the Ming Men. Like the Ming Men, the more you kind of clean up Ming Men and organize, or the more you clean it up and regulate it, the more that it can energize the brain, like the mental faculties, not so much for brain fatigue, but it will definitely help organize the brain. Yeah. And so things like that, poplar balsam on the Ming Men, aloes on the Ming Men. There's one other one. Let me look it up. I have actually some notes on that. The other one would be violet leaf. And so aloes is more like associated with cycles, like, just the cycles of life, and violet leaf addresses more of things that have to do with changes, being able to handle and shift with the changes that happen. And then poplar balsam has more to do with cause and effect. So you put a strategy forward and then your ability to adjust is tied to your Ming Men, and poplar balsam kind of helps to unwind that, you could say.
Great. One more question, and this is just kind of a general,
Mhm.
your opinion. At times when I'm struggling with meditation and I've got people that tell me, oh, I can't meditate. Would you consider, when we're doing these protocols, because it's sustained awareness, would you consider that a form of meditation?
Sustained awareness, yes. Yeah. I mean, any of these old protocols would be a form
Awareness
of
what we're doing.
what's that?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, finish what you're saying, because I think I was just going to go off on a tangent.
Go off on a tangent. That's fine. You always teach so much when you do.
The oil protocols are a form of meditation, because you're doing the breath, and then the oils really kind of help shift awareness and consciousness, your thoughts and behaviors, even to a certain extent. Then when we do things like Lama Yoga or like the materialization breath, that is a form of it. Different things, different processes with the oils, especially the mystical things, tend to be more sustained awareness oriented. When we're just following the patterns, that tends to be a little bit more focus oriented, and it tends to be a little bit more of moving kundalini. And so that would be more like focus oriented. And so you kind of want to be able to cultivate both. You know, you want to be able to cultivate sustained awareness and then also cultivate focus separately. And then eventually they kind of merge together and become something unto themselves. And so yeah, any form of like even just contemplation is a form of meditation.
And one of the things, I've taken a ton of your classes and
Mhm.
love them, but sometimes putting the big picture together with all these things, I have a lot of self-doubt. So that, when you go off on tangents, I really always learn. So thank you very
Oh,
much.
good. Okay, good. Because sometimes I just feel like I'm going off on a tangent.
No,
So it can be,
you gave me exactly in a nutshell, a starting point to continue thinking about it
okay,
and
perfect.
doing the work.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. I mean, so many times, I mean, I used to do like pure meditation, and now I still do those meditations somewhat, but with the oils, they're a type of meditation. And a lot of times when I go, oh, I'm gonna sit down and meditate, I find that I'm just doing like a process with the oils and then just sitting and being still for a little while. And I gotta say, I feel that I integrate it personally greater when I do it with oils than when I do it just by itself. You know, the meditation by itself, they're still very strong, but you're really like you're working the mind, the emotions, and the body all at once with the oils, where sometimes when you're just doing pure meditation, your emotions and mind are there, but your body is resisting a little bit. And like the oils really cut down the resistance in the body and just make it all like integrate very like quickly and easily.
I love that. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you think
Keep
about it, a
going.
lot of practices burn incense when they meditate. Like, you know, they don't might not make a super big deal of it, but you see a lama sit down to meditate, boom, they throw incense down. You see in the Catholic or the Jewish tradition, they're burning stuff as they get into their ceremony. And it's not quite meditation, but still, even those ceremonial components like that, the plants help you shift much more substantially. And so they've really been integrated in a lot of different practices and traditions over the years because of what it does to that mind body spirit connection.
Please continue to go off on tangents for me.
Yeah, oh, that's an easy one for me to do.
Well, it's a great learning time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Tracy.
Hey, Miss Tracy.
Hi. Hey, Laura, that's the reason I've taken Grace classes all these years. The tangents. I'm like, ooh, let me get all this stuff so I can remember it. And then do the sage so that I
I
can.
think we have to start editing those things and create a playlist on YouTube, Greg's Tangents.
I love it. So wow, I forget, when I don't use sage, I forget how much I love sage.
Sage is amazing. I mean,
but,
sage is
it's easy to forget sometimes.
it's literally like in some of the European traditions and in the Native American tradition, it's considered a cure-all. You know, you use it to bring the body back closer to a state of healing, especially when things in the body have gotten really chaotic. You don't know what to do, you throw sage at it. You know, it's anti-inflammatory, it's strengthening and fortifying, it's an antidepressant. You know, it has a cleansing effect, it soothes the nerves, it strengthens the brain. You know, as you go through and you look at the different pieces of it, you can see why it's like kind of considered a cure-all and sometimes used in ceremony, because it just, man, it makes the body right. You know, there's a handful of oils that you could always go to I was thinking yesterday when we were talking about the essentials part 2 is like, I think we'll do a thing with cure-alls. Like we'll go into lemon, we'll go into, we've talked about lemon, but I mean, I haven't talked about lemon the way I should be talking about lemon. Like, for example, sage we talk about a lot, but there's other things like lemongrass we talk about a lot, another cure-all. Like, there's several things that are cure-alls that you could do a lot with. I think I don't talk about lemon as much because it's not as specific as the other ones. Like it's one of those ones that if you take it for a long period of time, it really has a lot of great physical effects. But as far as treating something very quickly, lemon's not like a top shelf thing to go to. But if you're trying to treat something long term or to prevent something, lemon is amazing.
I realized that, Brian's little travel bag is getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
I realized that he really needs sage because
Yeah.
brain fatigue is a big thing at the end of the
Right,
day.
especially for somebody like him where he's having to push, like basil should be a thing in his kit. Sage should be, and lemongrass, just because of stress, fatigue, having to meet deadlines, having to travel. It has the impact on the autonomic nervous system, but it also is one of the things that you could use for potentially contagious diseases. And it's not the best against COVID, but it helps. Like, it totally helps. I mean, if you were really concerned about that, I'd swing bigger with some other things, but those are go-to things. And then
The lemongrass, would he take it internally or would he inhale it?
you could just inhale it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, most of those you said are in his kit.
Does he like Lang Lang?
I think so. You'd think he'd be a little bit like it a little bit more, but I think he does.
The reason I bring Lang Lang is just hyssop and rue for people like in the corporate setting as well. But the reason why I bring up Lang Lang is he's doing sales, he's doing big projects and things, and Lang Lang is really good for frustrations that like when you're frustrated, but then frustration that will turn to anger. And
yeah.
doing the kind of work that he does, there is just mechanically you're in situations that are going to produce frustration no matter what. Like it's not that like, oh, I didn't set it up right, or you're interacting with people, you're both having goals that you're trying to do and reach, and it might be that they don't understand what's happening, or they start going after him about price or changing the parameters once he gets there, whatever it is. All of that, like Lang Lang would be first wave of this is what you treat, and then if it starts to turn to the anger component, Melissa. Like you
Okay.
could just do Lang Lang and then Melissa if it got full blown. And the thing with the Melissa too is it helps to reduce the production of lower emotions. And so anytime when somebody's like really having hard deadlines, or like the end result that you're having to produce a result, it's hard not to have low emotions come up, or frustrations, or get a little wound up about something, but it's a normal behavioral thing for people. But some people take it and spin out with it, and some people are like, ugh, and then 2 minutes later they're like, okay, but really here's the problem, and then they start talking through it. The Lang Lang and then the Melissa helps them get to that place where like, okay, but this is what's really happening. And you say,
Because Duca rolls downhill.
yeah. Right.
Sometimes it rolls on me.
Right.
Okay, so that's great. The other thing I was going to say, just about me personally,
It was like, can I say one more thing about like the thing with Brian?
Sure.
Like in the corporate setting, it's a little bit easier. Like if he was a manager, he could go to a boss and complain, but there's nobody for him to complain about because he owns the business. So it all comes on him. And so at some points when things are getting weird, it's like there's nobody to go to. It's like a slight feeling of being trapped, right? And the more you can address that animal that's like kind of feels like it's in a cage, the better it is 15 minutes later.
Okay.
Does
Yeah,
that make sense? Like, because he
absolutely.
doesn't have anybody to go to. Like, it's not like he can go, well, let me go ask somebody. It's like, no, I have to deal with this. I'm the one dealing with this.
Yeah. And a lot of times it's, he comes to me, which I'm just kind of like, I can't really help him fix the issue because it's
No, it's still on him. Like, he complained to
Right.
you about it, but it can't
Right.
really, you can make a suggestion, but he still has to be the one that fixes it,
Yeah.
you know?
And sometimes
It's a very common problem in the corporate setting. Very, very
sometimes he
common.
doesn't take my counsel until much later. And then he's like, oh, I remember you said that,
Yeah.
6 months ago, but
Right.
I was not ready.
Yeah.
But for me personally, like I feel excited. Like I I think I've had brain fatigue for a long time. And this protocol, I feel really excited. Like my brain it's like a switch was turned on.
Yeah, it's very fortifying to the brain. And the thing with brain fatigue is it can fluctuate. Like you can be fine and then have a couple weird weeks. And then all of a sudden, it's there again. And so like for me, we're doing a thing for the book where we're doing an audio book. And so like when I read the protocols and things, I'm fine. But when I have to read because I'm dyslexic, it makes my brain nuts. And so like in an hour, I can go from being fine to having brain fatigue because my brain had to work so hard to process. And so
Oh,
that's in an hour. Like that's not like, oh, I had a couple bad months. That's like I had a difficult hour and my brain started going there. So, knowing what I know, we go through, we do things, we unwind it, we do things to prevent so that that hour doesn't turn into a couple months. But that's how quick brain fatigue can set in.
so how if you're in the midst of it and it's happening, what's the
Sage, same
well,
thing.
I mean, what's the best way to recognize it? That makes sense. Is it that
Yeah.
you're
So
getting
like
nervous or
right here where you go, increased errors and decreased accuracy. That's
Okay.
usually one of the first signs when your brain's starting to go south.
Okay. Could you get brain fatigue from like dealing with something that you really don't have a concept for?
Yeah.
And
Yep. Totally.
well, that just explains
Yeah.
mine.
Something you don't have a concept for, some problem that you're trying to deal with, any version of that easily can produce brain fatigue,
Uh,
And going back to the thing we did at the beginning of the day yesterday with mental stress not dealt with over a period of time will produce brain fatigue. Like the basal won't undo the brain fatigue, but it will prevent it from happening prior. So I'm making no bones about the dyslexia. Part of why I take basal all the time is because I'm dyslexic. It doesn't fix the dyslexia, but it reduces the mental stress that comes from my brain flipping things all the time and then having to go, I have to slow down and process this. Before my brain would just get super stressed and then it'd go south even faster. But now it's like I can take the time and go, okay, I'm not getting this. I have to slow down and really process this. And so,
So
Yeah.
in that situation, I mean, I've been, the basil, the rosemary basil and petitgrain has been kind of okay, do this, but
yeah,
when you're in brain fatigue, you forget to do the things that help you, But you're saying you take it internally too?
The
Basil.
basil? Are you
Yeah.
talking about basil?
Basil. Mhm.
Yeah. I inhale it and take like several drops internally.
Okay. Thank you.
I
so
used to
much.
do rosemary as well, but I found that the basil actually worked better for me. Like, I'm not saying that for everybody else, but for me, the basil worked better. So I dropped the rosemary and increased the basil.
Okay. Yeah, I have been doing the rosemary verbena for just all the other stuff that I have going on in my body. And I've also been doing
Right. And the rosemary is very good for mucous membranes. It's very good for sinuses. It's very good for the effects of stress in the body. You know, there's a lot of reasons why to use the rosemary. Yeah.
and I could use both, right? Just not, obviously not run one right after the other, but
You could do them just a couple minutes apart. Yeah,
okay.
it doesn't have to be that far apart.
Thank you so much, Greg.
You're so welcome.
I didn't realize how much I needed this weekend.
And then go ahead, Ralph, then Sonia.
Hey, Mr. Ralph.
Hey, Greg,
Hey, how are you?
adrenal fatigue for a 70-year-old male. What's one oil that's the best for that?
Adrenal fatigue. Is there any cardiovascular issue that we are aware of?
Not that we're aware of.
Well, fatigue. You could go rosemary, but I'd probably go camphor.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I like camphor for a couple reasons. For one, it's very fortifying to the body.
Mhm.
Two, it does help if there is some cardiac fatigue, because usually if the adrenals are depleted, there is some sort of cardiac fatigue there just because the adrenals have been so overactivated,
Yeah.
or that they've been depleted and the person's, tired physically. There also will be some fatigue in the cardiac muscle.
Okay.
And so, a Nula would be very good for reducing the fatigue and calming down the adrenals, but it wouldn't necessarily fortify the adrenals.
Mhm.
Where the camphor is a bit more fortifying to the adrenals and addresses the cardiac fatigue. And you could go kind of big on that. Like, you could do 10, 12 drops on the wrist and just, rub them together, or, put them on the back or something like that. There was a period for time I was doing a thing on having students like take those brushes that you get for like the bathtub, or where you can do dry brushing.
Mhm.
I would have them do it over the kidney area, and then
Okay.
put a little like black spruce or camphor.
Mhm.
Black spruce is very good for the adrenals too, but it doesn't quite address the cardiac fatigue.
Mhm.
Black spruce would hit the adrenals, and then if there's deficiencies in other glands, it would hit that as well. So black spruce would be a second choice, but always find that like if there's an adrenal issue, there's usually some like form of cardiac fatigue that's not
Mhm.
necessarily like a health issue. Like, it's not like, oh, they have a cardiovascular issue.
Yeah.
It's just the heart has to work harder to pump blood through the body, or it can't pump it enough, or something of that sort. And so yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm just trying. It's like life is always a crisis of one sort or another. So.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's all relative. Like, my crisis might look like not a crisis to you,
Well,
but
it's
we
my
all have,
alligator.
what's that? Yeah.
It's my alligator.
We all have a crisis in our lives, whatever it might be. It could be simple, it's all kind of relative. And,
Okay.
it's I make this joke, but I've been around monks and monasteries. They have the same issues. They're just living in a monastery. They're not stress-free, conflict-free, crisis-free. It's just they have a different set of things that happen, but it's just part of being human.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
and then go ahead Sonia, then Robert.
Hey, Sonia.
Comparatively, what's the difference between like Spanish sage and sandalwood?
For what is it?
The difference between Spanish sage and sandalwood.
For a particular application or just in general?
Uh, in general, for the
What are you trying to do? Let's maybe look at it from that point of view.
well, originally in some of the old Ochoa's classes, I learned that the Native Americans use sage for those, especially lower chakra issues, and then in the Indian Buddhism they use sandalwood. That they would-
Yeah, okay. So in that way, sandalwood kind of helps with it's cleansing, but like you could say it helps to cultivate more like a kind of an inner flexibility, right? Where sage helps to diminish it's not quite flexibility, but if somebody's like trying to like say project like a type of psychic attack towards you, it would diminish that. But it's also the tendency to like what's the best way of saying this? Okay, so you know how like sometimes with memory, short-term memory is the most accurate, right? Because you're just seeing the pieces of information. But then within a couple minutes, it converts to long-term memory and it becomes a little bit altered because we put our spin on things. Sage helps to reduce that spin, if that makes sense.
yeah.
Yeah. Both are cleansing though.
Well, for lavender it's got some green energy in it too, doesn't it?
Mostly violet. There is a lavender. Can't remember where it comes from, but that it has some green, but it's mostly violet with a little bit of blue.
Well, if you're working with lower chakras and then upper chakras, do you alternate like baths with the tea tree and the lavender?
And you could use sage. It depends on what you're trying to do. Palo Santo would work, frankincense would work, galbanum would work. Also violet leaf would work. Yeah, there's a lot of things you could do. Hyssop would work.
So if you mix tea tree and lavender, then it would overpower the lavender, right?
Not necessarily.
It would is so the stronger notes of the tea tree would not obviate the effects of the lavender.
It would depend on how much you mixed. Like if you did equal amounts, it would be a little bit more dominant to the tea tree. But if you did like a third tea tree, 2/3 lavender, just because of the ratio, it would be more lavender.
Okay.
Yeah. I hope that helps.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Robert, and then we have some shares and questions we've got too.
Hey, Robert.
Hey, Greg. So as you were talking about essentials, classes, and cure-alls, I had another spin to add to it.
Mhm.
We've always talked in study groups about travel kits.
Mhm.
And could that be also part of that? You know,
It could, like, I started laughing like internally when you said that, because I was like, a couple people have asked me to make a travel kit, and then I was like, yeah, it needs to be less than 75 oils. Like, I really have to boil this down to to like maybe 20 things, because I get it to 20, I go, yeah, but then what about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? And then next thing you know, I was like, well, this should fit in a small suitcase, by itself, you know. And so, yeah, we could totally do that. Maybe we'll do travel essentials.
right.
A lot of
and-
it is stuff that we've talked about, like, lemongrass would be one, cinnamon would be, would be one. Basil is really interesting, because it has the thing with mental stress and everything that we're talking about here, but it's a really great thing to use for food poisoning. Like, if you get food poisoning, you
Okay.
take 3 or 4 drops in that, and a lot of times it will start reducing symptoms within like 10-15 minutes.
So, so when we get to that class of a travel kit
Mhm.
and designing our own, having like little pieces of paper we can put in with our travel kit that tells us what to use the oils for.
Yeah, I think the idea, what we were like kind of shooting for, like I wrestled with this a couple of times, is like having like a thing that like is a PDF, like what you get with the class,
Yeah,
but then also be able to have like a little like tiny thing where you could just stick it in the kit, because what if you get somewhere and you don't have your iPad or your computer
right.
and there's no Wi-Fi or something like that. So sometimes even on planes, you don't have Wi-Fi and you might not be able to access, like I have things on my iPad that I do all the time, but I'll get on the plane and there's no Wi-Fi and it went to the cloud for some reason. And then I can't access it. And so, I thought I was going to work, and then, I'm not. And so, to have like a little tiny like cheat sheet of just like top things to address, like dysentery, food poisoning, potential illness, you get hurt, you get an infection, you get, all those kinds of things. And I mean, travel, you could boil it down. I mean, if I really think about it, I could probably boil it down to like about 15 or 20 things. But then if it's like somebody who's going to a corporate meeting versus somebody who's going on vacation versus somebody who's, doing some athletic thing or going just on a thing where they're bouncing from place to place to place to place to place, all of those kind of almost, you could make different kits. And so like I think you were going to this, what if we just listed like 25 things and you went and got like, this is my kit, and like you make your own kit? I think maybe that's
Yes.
the way to do it. I think that's what
Yes.
we'll do. Yeah.
That would help a lot, because you're right, everyone needs a different kit.
Yeah.
And there's times
Everybody's
I
got a
need one
little
kit.
different needs.
Yeah.
And so like, even when I was doing this, I went back and looked at, because when I was doing corporate work, I used to make like a little corporate travel kit for these different guys. Each person was different. And then if they were male or female, that also made the kit different,
Right.
And so, you put something in there for menstrual cramps for a guy, and he's like, why is this in my kit?
Right.
But you send the woman off and that's not there, is like, why isn't that in my kit?
Yes.
And so, and then if they had particular health issues, you would do something like, that would be helpful for that.
In a way, some of what we're doing today could be used as, oh, I have this health issue. This
There would
is the
definitely
oil.
be like crossovers.
Overlaps.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like lemongrass would be in there, basil would be in there.
Galbanum.
Galbanum would be in there. I would include like hyssop or anula or something. Just because you travel, sometimes you get into a different environment and all of a sudden your nose is plugged up, or you start
Mhm.
having allergic reactions, or you know, that easily could be there. Time differences, you know, your circadian rhythms get off. You know, in the old days, I would just use like a lavender salt bath, but it didn't always work. But treating the circadian rhythm sometimes will do that, help with that. And so, yeah, we'll do that. So I said there's going to be 3 or 4. I think we're just going to do an ongoing thing, the essentials class, where we just
Essentials of the
go,
month.
essentials for meditation, essentials for travel, essentials for, you know, the energetic approach, you know, even just another essentials class that's physical things. I easily could do another one, you know.
Okay.
There were several things I just left out because like, you know, because what I did here was I tried to go like, what are the things that I would always like check when I was doing healings? And this is what, you know, a majority of it was. Then there starts to be things where like, but if there's lymphatic issues, what would you do? But if there's this, what would you do? You know what I mean? Then it's not necessarily something that I would always check, but if I heard certain pieces of information, I was like, this is the lane that I start going through and checking the boxes, whether, you know, they have these issues or not. And so we could kind of do that.
Okay. So that was the question that came out of the discussion earlier today. Like Peggy's saying in the chat right now, cure-alls would be, you know, again.
Yeah,
fit in
I
with
think
that
cure-alls
category.
would be a good one. Like the reason I like the cure-all thing is you usually can do a lot with a cure-all. Like, you know, like if you said, okay, I can't even take 20 oils, I can take 5. What would you take? And then you start boiling it down. Well, I could take this, I could take this, I could take this. You know, you have 3 or 4 cure-alls and then say like a bottle of helichrysum or something. I like helichrysum when I travel just because if you get a bruise, you get a cut, you get like something, it cleans it, it helps close it, it reduces pain. You could put it on a burn, you know, you could do so many things with it. And it also helps with trauma. Like sometimes your travel, like, you know, Cindy's here today and she sat on the tarmac for what was it, a couple hours before she flew, and they had to reroute her. So she, instead of getting here at 11, she got here at like 5:30. So little trauma there. I would inhale helichrysum as I was dealing with that, you know. And so yeah.
Okay. So that was question number 1. Question number 2, after class yesterday and this morning, I have not really been with it.
Yeah, everything we did yesterday was pretty relaxing, you know, because these essentials are for putting you in like a place for healing. And
Yeah,
so healing is rest and repair and not a lot of like, I'm going to figure this out. Like there's not a lot of that with.
No, even this morning, I'm like in the space of creative stuff is flowing great, but anything structured, logical, I just don't get it.
Yeah.
1 and 1 is about 25.
Right.
Right.
1 and 1 is 25. For me, 1 and 1 is orange.
Oh, okay. And therefore orange healer.
Right. Yeah. You just have slipped over more to the intuitive side of the brain, which is more the creative side of the brain too.
Yes.
And so it'll shift back. Like you know, I used to have a protocol that I would run people through, like, you know, if they wanted, that I called it the beginning of your vacation, you know, because like those first couple of days, you're just kind of unwinding from like work and getting ready for vacation and then going on vacation. And it takes a few days to get to that, like, and it's like what we did yesterday could be day 1 of vacation, like, or I'm going on vacation tomorrow. You know, just kind of put you in a little bit more of a chill place. Yeah.
yes, those travel things don't bother you as much.
Mm-mm.
They're still traumatic, but you don't
Yeah.
get upset or frustrated. You just like,
Yeah.
okay, let's do this.
And the funny thing with the travel is, we were just talking about this not too long ago, but the more that you plan that there might be difficulties when they happen, it's not an issue. It's always because your plans or your schedule got thrown off. So if you go like, okay, we're supposed to be there Friday at 5 o'clock. So instead of leaving Friday morning, we're going to leave Thursday. And, it might be Thursday night or something, but it does take a little extra time, but it takes all the stress out of it. The big one for me is I used to always show up at the airport an hour before my flight. And then if it was busy, I would stress until I got on the plane, or at least to the gate. Because you go through security, the lines are long. I show up a half hour earlier. It's just like I walk, oh, whatever. And if I have extra time, I sit there and I look at emails or I listen to some music and stare out the window. And that 30 minutes was like a game changer for me.
Mhm.
I did the other way for decades, by the way.
Yes.
Why did I do it? And as soon as I added that extra half hour, 45 minutes, this is happening. It's okay. Everything's okay because your plan is not compromised.
Back in the days when I had a structured / corporate job, always the goal was to get there right at precisely 8 o'clock and leave precisely at 5. And if my morning, there was an accident on the way to work and I was 20 minutes late, I was stressed. And I just started adding more time and getting there early and not worrying about it. And now in my morning routine without a corporate job, I tend to get up 2 hours before I have to be out the door, just because I want to be able to read my email leisurely and not stress it, not worry that I have to go to the store or get gas before I leave somewhere. And that just allows time.
Yeah.
So I agree with you fully on
Yeah.
that travel stuff.
It's a game changer.
Yeah.
It was a game changer.
So will the rest of today help my different aspects come back together?
No, it won't. Things like rosemary, cinnamon, peppermint, all those will help the faculties come back. But these essentials are more for just things to do for healing. Maybe that's what we'll do for the Essential 2 class. We'll do cure-alls and focus. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I mean, basil, out of everything, basil would help get you there. Basil is a mental stimulant. It's a cognitive stimulant. And so that isn't always a go-to one. And I find that it's stimulating, but it doesn't make you abrasive. It's just it gets you focused.
I have a small bottle of cinnamon on my desk.
Yeah, cinnamon
So I
would
just
be
reached for it and it's
yeah,
I need some
cinnamon,
right now.
rosemary, any of the mints. Thymes can even get you there, soft, the basil would be.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And I didn't see, go ahead, Mary Ann, and then Sonia, we still have questions, but we are short on.
Yeah,
time,
we
so
just
go
have a
ahead,
few more
Mary Ann.
minutes. Yeah, just a few more minutes.
I'll try. I'll try to keep it brief. But I just want to thank, was it Ralph that had the idea for this group?
Robert, the one we just were talking to.
Yeah.
Ralph has good ideas too, but it was Robert for
And
this.
thanks
this
to
class,
all of
yeah.
you who put it together. I can't tell you, and you're talking about dyslexia. That is a major concern in our family through
Yeah.
many generations, myself included.
Yeah.
However, I was able to get through it enough, but reading and writing was always such a challenge.
Yeah.
And now that I'm challenged with both my sight and hearing, I mean, just to try to respond to an email in writing, I can't spell now, and I can't see to find.
Yeah.
But do you know what's changed? My attitude
Oh,
since I'm
good.
working with you, and this particular class has been so eye-opening. Things that I'm working on, well, like the block in my neck, and to have a release, but reading about different issues,
Mhm.
it's given me a language to understand. And, you know, things are difficult in the sense that everything is a new challenge. I would have given up in the past.
Mhm.
And I have this new attitude and curiosity that I'm not giving up. And
Oh, good. I love that.
and it's because of these oils. I mean,
Yeah.
are we drawn to oils that work well for us? I
A
mean,
lot of times you are.
lately I've been drawn to lemongrass, basil, where before I didn't use them at all. But I'm finding that attitudinally, I'm enjoying the challenge in a way that I would never have thought possible. And
Oh,
I owe
excellent.
it to the work you're doing. And I just want to say thank you. And at this time in my life, instead of wanting to throw in the towel,
Right.
I have a new curiosity and an excitement.
I
mean,
love that. I can hear it in your voice.
I've learned so much this group alone about what's going on in my body. And it's like, oh yeah. Thank you.
You're still welcome. You know, the thing, dyslexia is very common. And a lot of times it's, you know, there could be different reasons, but a lot of times it's hypersensitivity with the eyes. And the light will make the brain start flipping. And so like I can see it, like I have a bunch of notes from like a long time ago, but it's like different colors of like sunglasses, or you can get these films of color that you can lay over things that you're reading, and it actually will reduce, you know what that's called? Like I can't remember what that's called. But it basically will reduce, and it's not the same for everybody, but it will reduce the dyslexia substantially.
Really?
So I have different colored sunglasses that I'll wear. And in the old
Wow.
days, it used to be a little bit socially awkward because I'd wear the sunglasses indoors and people would be like, what's with the sunglasses? And it's like when my dyslexia was really out of control, if I wore the glasses, it would calm right down.
And there's some colors that I can't see at all,
Yeah. Yeah. See there.
like yellow and
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
it's fascinating.
It
And,
really is fascinating.
You know, I'm just so excited about all the new things I have
Yeah.
to learn.
Yeah.
And the brain fatigue.
But dyslexia can also happen not with just the eye sensitivity, like, you know, you're processing something in your head and, you know, and it's like either with the eyes or you're really having to process something, it still can make the brain flip. And
Yeah,
so,
what I found out was you have to learn not the way I learn, not the
Right.
way somebody else learns. And
right.
that can be extremely stressful because not usually when you're young are people that helpful.
Yeah. So we got to jump over to the Astara thing. We'll post the link and we'll come back at 1:30 and hit the ground running. Everybody, let's go ahead and come on back.
And we did have some shares and questions, Greg. Do you want to do that now or go to the next session and work on that?
Let's do the next session and then we'll work them out after.
Okay.
Okay. We are on the top of page 19, and now we're dealing with cerebral spinal fluid circulation. Okay, so this is the fluid that circulates in the brain and in the spinal cord, and it has a protective quality. It helps bring it contains nutrition for the brain. It's waste removal. It's immune system support, and it also helps with communication within the body. Another thing to say about this is it helps to upgrade the nervous system. And so whenever we're looking at that there's the neurology is a little bit off, some of the nerves aren't functioning quite like they should, but also helping the mind and the brain shift its perceptions and like upgrade itself, do like mental pruning. Cerebral spinal fluid circulation is an issue. I've actually even seen it be off enough to where it produces anxiety. So this is about regulating it. It's not about stimulating it. You're actually regulating. And there's many choices here. Spike lavender, Cape chamomile, solid choices, violet leaf, solid choice, healing elixir. The blend for the Archangel Raphael. I didn't include archangels or angels and a lot of this kind of stuff, but definitely the Archangel Raphael is potent enough to make it to a clinical application. And then out of your Vital Centers kit, the fourth ventricle, also very potent. So whatever you're choosing, pull that out. Spike lavender is used traditionally in French medical aromatherapy. Spike lavender isn't a true lavender, so lavenders actually don't work here. It's actually spike lavender. Spike lavender has a little bit of a different chemistry makeup. So okay, and let's begin with brain awareness. So see where your brain is at. There's a center or an area jumping out at you. Pay attention to that. And you're taking some long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still in the brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Begin by putting your awareness on the spine. Especially here, really try to find a blockage in the spine. If you don't, then your awareness is on the whole spine. Your awareness is on your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the brain. You're not putting your awareness on any specific spot. You're doing the whole brain at the same time. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your crown. So just the very top of your head. Move up away from the brain, just to the top of your head. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Just be still. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the brain. You're exploring the different aspects of the brain, whichever area jumps out at you, work that area. Keep your awareness on that area and inhale. Move your awareness to the spine. Your awareness is on the spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Take a moment and just pause for a moment. Just pause and let go. Begin inhaling your awareness on your brain, your whole brain. Move your awareness to the crown. So lift it up off the brain, just on the top of your head now. the crown. And then just pause and be still. Just be still. Again. Let's do it again. It's short. We'll do it one more time. You're doing brain awareness. Your awareness is on some spot in your brain. We're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the spine. Your awareness is on the spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the brain, the whole brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. Move your awareness to the crown. Just be still, be aware. Just be still. Okay, let's share experiences, ask questions. Go ahead and fire away. I think we're officially losing Samantha here pretty quick.
While they wake up, do you want to address some of the stuff from earlier?
Sure.
Or-
Yeah.
Oh. What I can find. Is the chronic healing practice of super brain yoga helpful in connection with the brain fatigue?
Yeah, actually that could be helpful. Yeah.
If a client has an allergy of sagebrush, would he want to avoid this?
Sagebrush is actually a little bit different than normal sage. And so the other issue is that the allergens that would be present in the plant, like if you walk outside to it, are actually not present in the essential oils. So in theory, it would be pretty hard to have an allergic reaction to it, but it still happens. Sometimes it's a sensitivity. Sometimes, when you've had so many experiences of having an allergic reaction, the body starts going into red alert just with anything that's kind of like it. And so, if there is a lot of concern on their part, I would just not expose them to that. Yeah. I mean, if you had something where you couldn't use sage, try using thyme or cinnamon. It will be a lot slower, but won't have the potential issue. But sagebrush and sage aren't necessarily the same thing. So
My highly agitated area in my left upper prefrontal cortex has gone away, but that was in the first session.
good.
And someone said their fight or flight is gone from that first session.
Yeah, nice. The first session with the cerebral spinal fluid,
No,
or
the first session with the sage. No, ever,
oh, I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, the other thing the sage is good for is also like adrenals and adrenal fatigue, and I mean it hits a lot of things, and so sage is amazing. Like it really is amazing. Hmm.
There was a lot of chats from the previous things. But little sleep last night, so I came into the session tired. Now I feel fresh and awake
Oh,
again.
Yeah, good for them.
Okay, people are typing in now.
Okay.
Go ahead, Sonia.
It's on you.
For, you know, what does memory support have in it?
Let me check.
Because I think you changed it from originally, it seems like it's got mint and peppermint in it now.
Letty's has a version, Greg, just if you want to compare basil, golden eucalyptus, peppermint, petitgrain, sage, rosemary.
I can't hear you. If you're
I'm
too,
talking to Greg, so let me
Oh.
just check and make sure really quick.
It's rosemary, golden eucalyptus, basil, sage, petitgrain, and peppermint.
golden eucalyptus.
Mhm.
Golden eucalyptus, petitgrain, basil, sage, rosemary, petitgrain, and peppermint.
Mhm.
You know, there's more recent medical research that they're showing that mint can be used to delay or counter dementia.
Hmm.
And they did also some other medical research where they followed groups and then tested their brains after death. And they also found that plastic crosses the blood brain barrier and it's getting stored in the brain.
Hmm.
At any rate, that's it.
Okay.
Share from this one, kept falling asleep with the awareness on the brain, Spike Lavender. Had a major brain concussion when I was younger. Does this exercise help there at all?
Yeah, like with old brain injuries, the cerebral spinal fluid circulation is very good. Several of the different oils, I would do it with Cape Chamomile, I would do it with helichrysum, I would do it with spike lavender. I mean, you could do it with the blends, but I would rotate between the three, and that really should help unwind some of the issues from an old, concussion or brain injury. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't always wipe it completely out. It depends on how bad and the extent of the damage. The other thing, like we were talking about before, is the use of lion's mane. I would use lion's mane quite substantially for that. And sometimes you can use Bacopa as well. I use Bacopa sometimes, not every time, but like post stroke with people, and even when people are at high risk for stroke, sometimes I'll use Bacopa. But that one's kind of a hit and miss. Either it works or it doesn't. So, yeah.
Kind of back again to the other, what are the physiological and psychological cleansing effects of clary sage?
For the last process. I don't think it was in the last process.
It was Sage in the last ones.
Yeah, Sage doesn't work for the last process.
The first process. the-
Yeah,
Oh, is that not what we did, the first process? Yes,
the
this morning.
this morning's Clary Sage doesn't work for that. Yeah. Clary Sage is actually not a true sage, and so it doesn't have the same properties.
Okay, we're still wondering what we could ask to that later. then.
Yeah, maybe that'll later.
So the ones that are not related to just what we're doing at hand.
Yeah, we'll save-
Make sure we address those.
We'll save time at the end, but just to minimize confusion for people. Sometimes when we start going off topic, it's confusing for some people, so we'll save it for the end.
That's it then.
Okay. And knocked you out with the cerebral spinal fluid circulation. So now let's do cardiac fatigue. So cardiac fatigue, you could call it by a lot of different names, heart fatigue, myocardial fatigue, but I also put in there cardiac stress, and this is usually hand in hand with not just adrenal overactivation, but I think a more appropriate way to say things is adrenal hyperreactivity. The adrenals can be normal, but then react, like overly react in situations, or react even when they're not supposed to, just with very mild stimulation. And so it usually goes hand in hand with cardiac fatigue. And so reduced exercise capacity, shortness of breath. Not all shortness of breath is cardiac fatigue, by the way, but if you have cardiac fatigue, you usually have shortness of breath. Fluid retention, increased risk and tendencies of arrhythmias. It's just an abnormal heart rhythm. You know, sometimes you'll feel a little quickening of the heart. As we get older, those do happen, but they happen more often than they should. And one of the ways to reduce that is actually through reducing heart fatigue. Orgage damage, just because the heart isn't able to pump blood like it should, or as much, and so the organs don't necessarily get enough blood and oxygen, nutrients. And then poor quality of life, just because the heart is fatigued, the adrenals are fatigued, you don't have quite the activity, and you just kind of, like, the best way to say it is you just don't feel good. Like, you know how like sometimes you're just like, I just feel and you can't go, it's this, and this. It's just, there's some cardiac fatigue there. It's something that's very treatable, but as we get older, we tend to need to treat it a little bit more. But even when you're younger, like one of the things that I used to do when I was traveling with athletes is these were men and women at the peak of physical, I mean, they were young, they were super fit, you know, they were exercising and training all the time, and they would do long events where they would perform over several days. And one of the ways that I would accelerate their recovery process was that I would treat heart fatigue. And you wouldn't think of it like that because they're young and in such great shape, but when they push themselves so hard, it would cause the heart fatigue. So if you think of somebody who has like a very demanding work schedule, or has a tendency to overwork, or has a lot of different things going on in their life, they're juggling a lot of things, they're doing work, they're doing the kids, they're taking people to school, they're taking somebody to ballet, they're taking somebody to soccer, and then they got a little side project, eventually heart fatigue sets in. And so, yeah. So we're going to go through and treat this. These are all oils that are very good for this particular condition. We are playing with variations of several of these oils combined to treat a wide range of blood pressure issues. And I'm getting relatively good at results, not from just using one, but using combinations. But I'm still refining it a little bit before I present it to you guys. but it's probably going to be oils in this and potentially also bergamot, just because bergamot also hits calcium, the calcium channels. And that would be for blood pressure, not for cardiac fatigue, by the way. So whatever oil you're using here, go ahead and pull that out. Which one are you guys using? Apologize. Okay, so begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the brain. Checking in with parts of your brain. Inhale with your awareness on the brain. Your awareness is on your kidneys. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the kidneys. And then the low back area opposite the navel, known as the Ming Men. Now back heart. Your awareness is between your shoulder blades. Sleepy. I find this one to be more relaxing than probably anything else. Reducing the cardiac fatigue. It's very soothing. It slows down the heart rate, and you're still on your back heart. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. How about you? How's it feeling to you? The people here are starting to fade away just because this is so relaxing. You know, you calm down the adrenals, you calm down the heart muscle, reduce the stress in the heart muscle. Life feels a little different. I find when I do this, I actually sleep better. And then your crown, the top of your head. And so it begins. We've lost Samantha. Just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Begin with your awareness on the brain. You're checking out the brain, some spot in the brain. Take long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your kidneys. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your kidneys. low back, opposite the navel, known as the Ming Men. Your awareness is on the Ming Men. The low back area, the backside of the navel. The back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. And then the top of your head. And then just be still. Notice how you feel. It's a bit relaxing when you say. So let's go ahead and unmute, share experiences, ask questions about this subject, and you can unmute yourself or type in. How you feeling, Samantha? Let's just be clear, Samantha is awake right now because she has to be, not because she wants to be. Is that an accurate statement? Anyway, unmute yourself, type in, go ahead and share. Yeah, this one's a good one to knock them out with. Yeah.
Head nod.
Yeah. And, you know, like I didn't put this in the notes, but cardiac fatigue, one of the things that it impacts is lymphatic movement. You know, you have a lot of cardiac fatigue, a lot of overactivation of the adrenals. There starts to be poor lymphatic movement through the body, which means poor detoxification. And it's just this downward spiral. Yeah.
Deeply peaceful.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if you have cardiac arrhythmia, this sequence needs to be done.
Yeah, I would actually, I mean, this isn't necessarily a treatment for arrhythmia, but it's arrhythmia usually is some form of cardiac fatigue. I mean, there's other issues that can then pop up, but arrhythmias are, you treat it with Melissa, you treat it with Lang Lang, you treat it with Neroli, you know, you use some of the same oils. And so usually with an arrhythmia, I usually have the person ingest the oils, the Melissa, the Lang Lang, or the Neroli. But doing this breathing pattern is actually still helpful.
And go ahead, Anne.
Hey, Ann.
Hi, I'm wondering, when you go up to the crown, what is the significance of that?
Well, it's a pattern of just kind of transmuting like kind of stress energies and helping to regulate the vagus nerve to a certain extent. And so not completely, but it has an impact. And so you could use this as transmutation, like if you were going through and trying to work through something emotionally, you know, you might use some different oils, but it would be letting go of something physically, emotionally, and then mentally. But here it's really about regulating the adrenals with the Ming Men and the kidneys, going to the back heart, regulating the heart and the cardiac function. And then when you get to the crown, any sort of brain activity that contributes to that. So it could be some sort of stress response. It could be the body just gets locked into a pattern. It could be some neurological imbalance. Could even be just a cardiovascular issue. But when you get up into the brain, you have a greater potential for shifting like endocrine function. So if it's tied to the adrenals, it's a little bit easier to calm them down. You're starting to impact the hypothalamus and the pituitary, more the hypothalamus than anything, which is going to help the overall endocrine system. And so, you know, a lot of times when we see things as a symptom, we just see it as the symptom. But if we look at the different causes for some of these symptoms, there's going to be a neurological component, a cardiovascular component for some aspects, and then a hormonal aspect or an endocrine aspect. And so the idea with going through and treating it in this particular manner is you're kind of not trying to figure out which one it is. You're just doing this blanket approach to try to hit all the factors that would contribute to the cardiac fatigue and the hyperreactivity to the adrenals. Like the best way I could say it is, like, sometimes, like, even when we're talking about, like what I was talking about with blood pressure before, like, if I can, in some of these situations, there's so many little nuances. I try to like make it so that you don't have to do a lot of math to figure out how to treat it. Like, if we can make like a template or like a thing where it treats several of the pieces without you having to figure out, I need to treat this, I need to treat this, I need to treat this. Like, if I can put that forward, that's usually what I like to do. And with blood pressure, for example, you know, we've talked about it and I always go, oh, it's complicated. And then sometimes I give a little bit of things to address the issue. But really, if we could come up with a way that treats several of the different factors that cause blood pressure, then it becomes easier to just say, do this, and most likely you'll produce some sort of result. But, you know, there's some conditions, they're just hard to treat because they're so nuanced and there's so many different reasons why they happen. And so cardiac fatigue isn't as complicated as blood pressure, but it's still a little bit complicated.
Thank you.
How do you feel? I'm curious.
We can't hear you yet. How do you feel? I think that's good.
Okay, good.
Back to the cardiac arrhythmia.
Mhm.
They said it's idiopathic, the arrhythmia.
Mhm.
Does that make a difference?
Yeah, I would probably take Melissa, Neroli, or Lang Lang internally, 2 or 3 drops at a time. You can focus on one, but a lot of times I have people rotate through all 3 unless I really feel like one is just gonna reduce it somewhat. And so,
Someone said their lumbar back is releasing.
oh, good. Yeah. Cardiac fatigue, like when you take it out of the body lets go of a lot of weird tension that you wouldn't think of is there. No more questions? Okay, before we jump to the next one, we'll go on break. Okay, we'll do a break. We'll come back at 5 after. So we'll do about a 15-minute break or so, and then we'll come back to restoring homeostasis, which is also very relaxing. Everybody, let's come on back, and we are at the top of page 22, homeostasis, restoring homeostasis. So homeostasis is balance within the body, balance within the environment. Even psychological aspects need to have some sort of balance. So, you know, when we do work where we're doing esoteric work, sometimes we go into allostasis, which is a time of change, but then we go right back into homeostasis. When the body starts to tailspin somewhat, it loses its ability to go back into homeostasis. You know, a lot of times the homeostasis mechanism is really rigid, and sometimes it can get chaotic and just like lose control. So here, by going through and doing this, we're improving body function, we're helping to prevent health problems, enhances physical performance, improves mental well-being. And we're really talking about how the different systems interact with each other. And we were talking about blood pressure. Blood pressure is a perfect example of when homeostasis is being challenged or having difficulties, it starts making these trades within the body. And so to compensate what's happening in one system, it will take away something from another system. One of the very first things on the trading block is your blood pressure, blood pressure and issues to do with blood sugar. And so those two things are one of the first things that go like, okay, the body's out of whack. If we switch this to this, we can stabilize this system, but blood pressure becomes an issue, or blood sugar becomes an issue, right? So this is a pretty important one. This is not something that needs to be done all the time. It could be done from time to time, unless there is a serious health issue. Right, so you have choices, let's say a Cubeba, which is also a cure-all that comes from the Taiwanese tradition. And then poplar balsam, an anointing oil that comes out of the Jewish, like the Hebrew tradition. They don't call it poplar balsam, but and then valerian. Okay, so here we have 2 steps. So we're going to begin inhaling, find something in your body where there's tension, a denseness, a heaviness, be aware of it, and then begin inhaling. Yeah. Oh, there's Mike there. You're practicing body awareness. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the spine, spinal awareness. You're checking in with your spine. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now shift to your brain. You're practicing brain awareness. Does something or some area jump out in your brain? Put your awareness there. Take long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the jaws, where they hinge in front of the ears. Your awareness is on your jaws. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Remember when I said we are losing Samantha? I think that might have been an understatement. And then your limbs. So, until you practice a bit, let's break them up to arms and legs. But when you've done it enough, you can do all four at once. So right now, your awareness is on your arms from the shoulders down to your fingertips. Your awareness is on your arms. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your awareness is on the legs, from the hips down to the toes. Your awareness is on the legs. Just pause and be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your back head, opposite your eyebrows on the back side. Your forehead, your awareness is on your forehead. The back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. And then the front heart, the center of your chest. And then just be still. Just be still. You're just being still. Your awareness is on your body again. Check in with your body. Where do you feel tension, heaviness, whatever you feel? Where do you feel it? Begin inhaling. You're practicing body awareness, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to your spine. Do you feel a heaviness, a denseness in your spine? Put your awareness there or do your whole spine. Your awareness is on the brain. Find some spot in your brain. If not, do your whole brain. Your jaws, where they hinge. Your awareness is on your arms. In some nice, long, slow, deep breaths, your awareness is on your arm. Move your awareness to the legs. Your awareness is on the legs. And then pause and be still. Just be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the back head. Forehead, where the hairline is. A back heart. In your front heart, the center of your chest. Just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Just be still. Let's be still. Usually when homeostasis is out of whack, you're in a bit more of an agitated or fight flight kind of activities. It doesn't necessarily mean fight flight is just homeostasis is out of whack. Homeostasis is a much more profound version of it. And so usually when you try to get people into more homeostasis, it's about being able to relax and balance, get good quality sleep, and get more into rest and repair mode, and then balance out. So let's go ahead and share experiences or type in, unmute yourself, or questions.
Another head nod.
Yeah, this one's pretty relaxing too. I mean, all of these are about healing, and so they're all relatively relaxing on one level or another.
I see let's see a Cubeba Theralotion. Where would you apply this and what would it do?
In general, you can apply it to the like the torso, but you could really apply it anywhere. If you had areas in your body where, you know, there might be tension or something like that, it's very relaxing, it's very soothing. When I use it, I tend to put it on my arms and legs and then my low back, but you could really kind of put it anywhere. It's very soothing. It's very relaxing and soothing. So
And would it be doing the same thing as?
yeah, that's what it's for. Yeah. Same with valerian, same with poplar, even the poplar spray. You know, the poplar spray is not going into the tissues quite like the same, but it's still getting into the energy body and starting to help to do a little reset on homeostasis mechanisms.
When adrenal fatigue leads to cardiac fatigue, then lymphatic spiral, does the homeostasis bring it back into balance?
I would treat all three. You know, I would treat the cardiac fatigue. What was the other thing? The homeostasis and what else?
Cardiac fatigue, then lymphatic.
Oh, lymphatic movement. A lot of times if it's just that is causing the lymphatic issue, that will bring it back in place. But if there's areas in the body where the lymph is real stagnant, you'd still want to do some lymphatic work and then eventually do some homeostasis kind of work. Yeah. Like if you just didn't know, like somebody was like, I don't feel good, I don't know what's going on, what can I do? The homeostasis mechanism is a good place to start, you know, because you'll probably end up doing a couple of other things, but it's helping to bring the body back into balance. Yeah. Okay, so top of page 24, one of the issues that can happen is the endocrine system can get very depleted, and no matter what you do or what you treat, because the glands aren't working properly, hard for the body to regenerate. And I would say doing this as you get older slows down the aging process. It increases and improves quality of life. You know, it gives you a little bit more pep in your step, and you're able to do things that you're used to doing, where like when the hormonal system really starts to get depleted, you just start running out of the juice in your legs to do another lap around the park, you know, so to speak. So this is a jump start to the whole endocrine system, not about a particular gland in general. Or specifically, it's more general treatment. So this treats hormonal imbalances, metabolic disturbances, fatigue, low energy, mood changes, mental health. Remember, part of your mental faculties are your mind is your endocrine system functioning through the nervous system. So if the glands are depleted, right, the glands are not functioning like they should, it affects your mental health. Impaired reproductive production, bone health is a real big issue, and very significantly, this will impact your immune system. So patchouli's work here, the dark patchouli, the regular patchouli, frankincense and myrrh, and three wise men is frankincense, several different types with a couple different types of myrrh. Three wise men, this is part of what three wise men's for, is jump starting endocrine system. A lot of times I just have people take three wise men internally, but here we're going to do a little breathing protocol. Okay, so whichever one you're going to choose the one you're after. And then begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the ajna, the area between the eyebrows. You're taking a long, slow, deep breath with your awareness between your eyebrows. Your awareness is on your front heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the front heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the front heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back heart. Awareness is on your back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The front solar plexus. Your awareness is on your upper abdomen below your ribs. Your back solar plexus. The middle of your back, below your shoulder blades. The bottom of your tailbone, the basic chakra. And then just be still. Be still, be aware. Just be still. Just let everything go. Just be still. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the ajna, the area between your eyebrows. Long, slow, deep breath with your awareness between the eyebrows. Your awareness is on the front heart. The back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. The area between the shoulder blades. You're in your front solar plexus, the area below your ribs. your back solar plexus, the mid back area. The bottom of the tailbone. I think she woke up. So go ahead and stop and check in with yourself. How do you feel? How do you feel? You feel a little bit more awake. Yeah. So let's go ahead and have you unmute yourself, type in. This is jumpstarting the glands. And just on this end, like Samantha was passed out on the couch, kind of doing this with her eyes closed, and all of a sudden her eyes popped open. You know, could be the rest, but it could be also just jumpstarting the endocrine system. You know, those times where you just go, oh, I just don't feel like doing something. And it's not necessarily that you're tired, you're just like, ugh. A lot of times that's endocrine, like that's an endocrine issue, and so anyway, let's go ahead and unmute yourselves or type in, share your experiences or ask a question.
I fell asleep. So relaxing.
Yeah, all of this. The thing with the three wise men too, and like the frankincense, the myrrh, it also is anti-inflammatory. It reduces tension in the body. It has an impact on some of the cerebral spinal fluid circulation issues. I mean, it does a lot for what it's doing. So patchouli is actually pretty solid here as well. You wouldn't think of patchouli being something used like that, but these are different than, like, say, lemon verbena we use as a endocrine tonic, and lavender complex we use as a endocrine tonic. They're to help balance the endocrine system. This is to help stimulate, right? So there is a difference. If there's nothing happening, there's nothing really to balance. Like here, you're stimulating these processes. So just want to be clear about that, Yeah. This is one I use all the time, by the way. I can literally tell like, oh, it's been 3 or 4 days since I've done this, because when I do, like, I have a little bit more get up and go. I have a little bit more follow through. I have a little bit more like, let's get stuff done. I haven't done this for 4 or 5 days. I'm like, it's all good. Let's just not do anything today. And which is not my usual nature. But anyway.
Yeah, go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Peggy.
Well, I am very relaxed, but I am alert.
Yeah, good.
This one seemed to make me more alert than,
Yeah.
like, sometimes I can't even talk. And I
Yeah.
think, here we go, he wants us to talk again. But I at least feel more alert and very calm, and I'm enjoying it. And so the dark, you have patchouli and then you have dark. So they're from different areas, or?
They're just different distillations.
Oh,
They're
just
same plant, different distillations. One's just like a little bit heavier and darker scent. The regular patchouli is what we would know as like normal patchouli, but the dark is a little heavier and just therapeutically, they just smell different. They're about the same therapeutically. And so I don't know, like to mix it up sometimes, but usually I use normal patchouli, but like right now, because I was doing some of this work prior to this class this weekend. I was like, I always use 3 Wiseman. I'm gonna do dark patchouli, and I was doing dark patchouli, and I gotta say I was kind of digging it. But
so now, they're just very close in. I mean, to one or the other. I'm surprised that dark patchouli would be as powerful as 3 Wiseman.
3 Wiseman is the strongest out of everything. But as far as like the single oils, like the dark patchouli, frankincense, myrrh, regular patchouli, they're all pretty solid. But the 3 Wiseman is made specifically for this. It's a bit stronger. Yeah.
I see. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm loving it again. Thanks a lot.
One of the things that I like to do, like whenever I'm treating something for a prolonged period of time though, is I like to not always use the same thing over and over again. I like to mix it up a little bit. And so, I'm still using the 3 Wiseman, but I like to throw in the patchouli because it might be hitting something that the 3 Wiseman might not. Couldn't tell you what it is. And I'm not even saying that that's what's happening, but it's like, I don't want to leave anything on the table when it comes to treating this. So it's like how we were talking about cardiac fatigue and blood pressure. I rotate through a bunch of different oils rather than just going, this one oil is going to do it. It's like, basically what I was doing with people is I would take their blood pressure, I'd treat them with one, and then we'd take their blood pressure again a couple more times. Then I'd treat them with another, and then I'd take their blood pressure several more times. Then I'd take another, and then treat them and take the blood pressure again, and just seeing which oil did what, right? And then starting to go like, what combinations do what? And, you do that with enough different people, you get an idea of a pattern. So with blood pressure, it's easy to do, because you have a little machine and you could just pop, pop, pop and pump it up and there you go. But with endocrine function, you kind of have to just watch and see what happens. And even then it's still subtle. So I just I don't want to say I throw everything at it, but I don't just do one thing. I kind of move it around a bit.
Well, the body kind of acclimates after, 14 days of doing the same thing anyway, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there's some things where you can use something for a prolonged period of time, but I don't know. I like to mix it up a little bit, but stay on track, but not just keep doing the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, that makes it. It makes it creative.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So let's see here. We've gone through, we have 2 more to do. We're going to go pretty light on these. One is the vital centers. We've talked about it a bunch. We have a whole class on vital centers, but here we're just using the Splendor, and then we'll do circadian rhythms, but we'll keep it very simple. You guys have had a nice long weekend, and everything we're doing is pretty relaxing. So how about we'll take a break, we'll come back on the half hour, we'll do those last two and do whatever questions and stuff you guys want to do. Hey, everybody, we have a couple more to do for apparently what we're going to call Essentials Part 1. I think as we've discussed this, we're going to have more essential classes, these free classes like this that we just get down to, you know, whatever we're talking about. And anyway, so here are vital centers. Now we have a class that we do on vital centers, but this is just very simplified versions of vital centers. So this is what I would say about this. There's these things that we're going to talk about here. Anytime that I saw really super chronic diseases, the vital centers always were super agitated, out of whack. And if I went through and treated it, if I treated the condition without treating the vital centers, I'd say the response to the healing was moderate to so-so. If I treated the healing centers, there was several times where something that was considered incurable was actually, we were able to cure it. And so like more than a dozen times, you know, several of them being cancer. You know, we had a little thing there for about 18 months where I had several cases of cancer where nothing else was being done. Doctors biopsied, looked at it, and then later went back and they were like, I don't know what happened, the cancer's gone. Part of the treatment was the vital centers. And so you have emotional dysregulation, which just means the emotions are all over the place, right? Anxiety, depression, impaired memory, cognitive functions, your ability to learn, super impaired stress response. You know, I would say that, you know, I was thinking about this is, I go back like to the corporate setting where, you know, I've told this story. This is a super prominent CEO in a company, and he would not go into his office, right? He would not go into his office because so many things were demanded of him in there. He would go sit in a little cubicle by where his assistant sat, and that's where he did business. He had this huge, beautiful office. He probably had a 1,500 square foot office, and which is huge, right? And he would have no part of it. And you know, yes, it's part of PTSD, but some of it was just his system was so agitated that any little stressor would just, he'd have a meltdown. He was a guy that could take stress like nobody's business. I mean, his company, you know, was up for sale at the time, worth probably close to $1 billion. I mean, stress is not unfamiliar to this guy. And he got to where if somebody looked at him wrong, he would just start kind of tweaking. And it was all vital center related. So even as we go through and we treat kind of the end aspects of PTSD, part of treating PTSD is regulating the vital centers. And so impaired social interactions, sleep disturbances, impaired motivation and reward processing. Okay, so you can use Palo Santo for this, but this is what Splendor was specifically made for, just to calm this down. Vital Centers oil actually does something a little bit different. It is still for the vital centers, but it actually doesn't address what we're trying to address here. I would use that after you do the Splendor, but it actually does something a little bit different. Yeah. Okay. So whichever oil you're going to use. And begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your armpits. In your elbows. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on your elbows. Mhm. Somebody was just sharing Splendor was their first favorite oil. I have this story, if you don't mind, like while you're doing it. So this was in the early days when I first made it. And again, keep in mind I made it for PTSD, but one of the students was interacting with a monk in the Buddhist tradition. And monks are monks, they're just very nice and sweet and polite. And the student put a few drops on the finger and stuck it between the eyebrow of the monk. And they said the monk sat there for like 30 seconds and then went, "Holy shit." It's like, that's not what a monk usually says. But it shifted him so much that apparently it shifted him into the place where he had to use profanity. So your awareness is on your elbows. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And your wrists. Your awareness is on your wrists. And then your palms of your hands. Your awareness is on the palms of your hands. The hips. Knees. Ankles. Your awareness is on the ankles. The soles of your feet. Move your awareness to your brain. If there's a spot in your brain that jumps out at you, do that spot. If not, do your whole brain. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still, be aware. Just be still. Again, your armpits, long, slow, deep breaths. You know, the Palo Santo and the Splendor here is purifying the centers, but it's reducing agitation. Somebody asked about the Vital Center blend. Vital Center blend increases vibration, which means it improves the function of the different centers in the limbic system. Your awareness is on your elbows. That's why you would clean it up first and then raise vibration. Usually the issue is it needs to be cleaned up. The wrists, the palms of your hands. And the hips. Your awareness is in the hips. The knees. Your awareness is on the knees. The ankles. The soles of the feet. And then brain awareness, whatever part of your brain jumps out at you. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Notice how you feel. Notice how your body feels, like that inner state, that inner, like the inner, went to inner. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. You know what I mean? Like it's not something you can go like my shoulder hurts. You go, my inner feels whatever. And then you go through and you do this. And I was like, kind of took the edge off. I don't even know what, but it just unwinds some things. This area will heavily impact emotions and your physiology and how they interact. And so that's why it's such a thing in PTSD is PTSD most likely starts out as a physical issue and then eventually turns into an emotional issue and then eventually begins affecting the mind. And so you can do it this way. Another thing that I do just from time to time, I take a Palo Santo bath, but more often I take a Splendor bath, like, probably once a month. Like it's not even often. But just every once in a while, I just like everything feels okay, and then take a Splendor bath, and I'm like, why didn't I do that weeks ago? Because it takes a weird tension out of the body that's there, and it's gone. Doesn't mean you have to keep treating it over and over again, but we talk about how different systems get agitated. This is usually the thing that gets agitated and causes agitation in other areas. So if you keep this like well taken care of, agitation diminishes in other places in your body, your physiology, and it's harder for those areas to get agitated. When this is out of whack, everything can get agitated very easily, right? So I wouldn't call it the mothership, but kind of is of agitation. Yeah. I don't know why I said mothership, but apparently I have UFOs in my brain somewhere. It's in the unconscious. Cracking myself up. So let's unmute ourselves and type in. You can ask questions or share.
Someone asked, what about using it daily?
You could totally use it daily. Especially with like things like when you're under prolonged periods of stress or the body's been agitated for a while, you're going through some health issue or a difficult situation externally, like at work or in a relationship. You could do it daily. You know, there was a period that I used it daily for a little while. And when things get a little bit calmed down, then you just do little tune-ups from time to time. It doesn't have to be an everyday thing. But if you use it a couple of days in a row, you're like, man, it keeps making me feel better. Use it until things even out. You know, it might be a day, might be a week, might be several months. And then after that, just do little tune-ups. But, you know, stress can sneak up on you. You know, we think of post-traumatic stress disorder as this big event or this situation. But it could also be a lot of low grade things just sneaking up on you. And then at one point you're just like, I've had enough. You know, I can't take anymore. Just like if you keep stuff in a bag full of something, at some point the bag rips because it can't hold everything. That can happen with stress. You know, it's not always a traumatic event. You know, I go back to that CEO. I asked him, was there like one big event? And he goes, no. He goes, but by 1 o'clock every day, I have to have 25 phone calls in. Like, you know, there's all these things that have to be done. And he goes, they're all intense. And at some point, he goes, I just kind of snap. He goes, I'm good for a while, and then he goes, I lose it. And then he needs a little bit of downtime, and then he's fine again. And then what started to happen is he's like, there's just no end to this. I feel good, I feel bad, I feel good, I feel bad. And he goes, I know logically not going into the office isn't going to solve it, but emotionally it feels like it will. And so he goes and sits in a cubicle. And he still makes all those same phone calls, but he just doesn't go into that place because emotions aren't rational. There's not a reason. He just, as soon as he walks into his office, he's like, a lot of bad things happen here. Like, I have a lot of intense phone calls. I'm not doing it. So for him to cope, he starts changing locations. Doesn't change what he has to do. It just started to restrict the tendency for him to have a meltdown. He said, I still have meltdowns, but it's just like, I don't anticipate them coming as much. And so, you know, we put him on a protocol, and, you know, I kept hearing from him for a little bit, and then all of a sudden I didn't hear from him for a while. And it's because everything calmed down. Yeah. Okay. So last one, circadian rhythms. This one, you know, I wanted to include this in the essentials, but this one's a hard one to really wrap your mind around. You know, there's the clinical things that are here, but you know, somebody asked a really good question earlier about does this organize the brain? And you know, the things that we were talking about at the time, those can help, but if there's anything that's going to help organize the brain or harmonize the different parts of the brain working together, it's the circadian rhythms. And it's not quite brain waves, but it's just these rhythms that happen in the body. Some we know about, there's others that, like, I couldn't give a name to them, but I see these rhythms in the body. I assume they're associated with the circadian rhythms. And, you know, if you look at society, and this is the best way I can describe it, and you can see, like, as time goes by, things get more and more polarized out in society. You know, not talking about the pieces of information, but there's just greater levels of separation that happens in society. The same thing happens in your mind. Like, the same thing happens in your brain, actually. At times, your brain might be very harmonized, but you start having pieces of information or ideas or opinions where different parts of the brain kind of have different responses to things in the environment. And when there starts to be this opposition, it's almost like the different parts of your brain become a bit more polarized. And so even the idea of what we're going to be doing in about 3 or 4 weeks with the mystical approach to psychic self-defense or psychic protection, I think is what we called it, right? I can't remember what.
The mystical approach to
Just
psychic
like protection,
yeah.
right? It's actually calming down agitation in specific spots in the brain, not like brain waves. This is just really soothing these certain kinds of agitations that directly respond to people being aggressive, to people being violent, to people being manipulative, to people being judgmental, you know, whatever it might be, to people being racist. And we have our emotional response, we have the things that happen in our mind, but your brain also has a response, and your brain can take something and run with it even after they're done dumping on you. Your brain can go, well, I'm just going to keep doing this for a while. And it starts to cause these like spaces or separations within the brain, within the mind, and it starts to throw off some of your physiology, some of your psychology, and definitely your spiritual connection, right? And so really we want to be working in the opposite. We want to be harmonizing these different parts of the brain, and then even harmonizing the intuitive side and the logical side, so that really when these things become very harmonized, if you look at both sides of the brain, the logical side has a very strong intuitive part, and the intuitive part has a very strong logical part, because they've been harmonized, they've been integrated. So your brain stops functioning as these two things and actually becomes one thing, right? And so part of this practice is working the circadian rhythms. And so you have your reasons why to do this, and some of it, you know, has to do with sleep patterns and, you know, these things, but there's a lot more to the circadian rhythms than is known scientifically, right? And so this is something that you see in some of the practices where they have paintings or show symbolism of blue lotuses. It can be other kinds of lotus, it can be ginger lily, but part of it is tied to an inner practice that helps to treat these particular rhythms, you know. Like when you see the lotus above the head, that's one thing. But sometimes, like in a Egyptian or Tibetan painting, sometimes you even see them in Christian paintings, there'll be a blue lotus, and it's not up above their head, it's like in their field, in their environment, right? Or in their hand. This is actually tied to an inner practice. And so this is very short. You have different lotuses that you can choose from. They all work pretty solid. And you also have ginger lily, very solid. All these choices are solid. So whatever one you're using, go ahead and pick it up and put your awareness on your body. Marjoram won't do the rhythms. They don't have any of the lilies or lotuses or, yeah. I'll try to think of some substitute, but there's really not, but I'll try to think of something. Your awareness is on the body. You're beginning to take long, slow, deep breaths. What did he use for cerebrospinal fluid circulation? You're inhaling, your awareness is on the body. It's not a replacement, but it's the closest thing that he has out of the cat. Now, just stop and be aware for a moment. Notice how you feel. And then your awareness is on your spine. Put your awareness on your spine. Your awareness is on the spine. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. And now move your awareness to the brain. That makes it more harmonious because this was just a drag and drop out of the endocrine class. Your awareness is on your brain, whatever spot kind of jumps out at you. And now your mind awareness, which means arising thoughts. Whatever thoughts are beginning to arise, doesn't matter what they're about, just observe them and inhale the oil as you observe them. Did you say something? Oh, you said it with your eyes. Your rising thoughts. Could be something going on now, something that's just irrelevant, could be from a dream, could be from 20 years ago, doesn't really matter. And then just pause and let go. And just notice how you feel your body, but more importantly, your mind, your brain, your thoughts. What do you notice? Just let go. Just let everything go. Just let go. Begin with your body. Your awareness is on your body. Wherever you feel it in your body, begin inhaling. Move your awareness to the spine. See if this helps. Your awareness is on your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your brain. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your brain. checking in with your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Oh, no, just stop. Yeah, just stop for a second. Yeah. Like a minute. Your awareness is on your thoughts. Whatever thoughts arise in your head. And then just pause and let go. We're not going to do this one real super intense. You already had an intense weekend, but at least you get a little taste of it. Trust me, it's very strong. It looks very simple. It's very strong. So anyway, let's go ahead and unmute ourselves, type in. You can share experiences about this one or ask questions. And then, for the whole 2 week, 2 days. And then after we get all that, any kind of question goes.
Go ahead, Mary Ann, then Laura.
Hey, Mary.
Hi. As you know, I have had, oh, wait a minute.
No, we could hear you. You
Yeah,
were good. You were good.
we could hear.
Let's get you unmuted again. Go ahead and try to unmute again. Let's see.
A wonderful experience in terms of my outlook. I know as I age, things are going to be in constant motion. And I'm wondering, what would you recommend? This workshop has been incredibly enlightening to me. And, I haven't been so focused on the physical aspects. It's been always more the meditation and my spiritual growth.
Mhm.
And this has got to be a part of the work that I'm trying to do. And I'm wondering, what, if any, areas might you think I should focus more on? And are there particular oils that I'm not using that you think might be helpful?
Okay. Like, so if we look at it just from like your point of view, I would say, the thing we did right off the bat, there's some of these that are like, they're bread and butter things to do. I do them all the time, and then there's some, it's like from time to time, or when you're not feeling good, or you're just feeling blah. So the very first one where we're doing, what is it? Autonomic disturbance. I can't remember what I called it. I'm going back to it here.
I'm sorry, I was putting in my hearing aids. I didn't hear
Yeah,
that.
it's okay. I'm still, so the very first one, the autonomic nervous system, the very first thing we did yesterday.
Okay, yes.
I would do that one
That-
daily. I would totally do that one daily. I would do the thing for the mental fatigue, or not fatigue, the mental stress. I would do that one daily as well, because
Okay.
you look at like you're having issues with the eyesight and functioning there and dealing
Yeah.
with family and stuff. All of that will generate some mental stress. And it just keeps everything fluid. It just helps you to go from situation to situation.
Yeah.
The other thing that I would do is the part for inflammation. I would keep
Yeah.
on top of the inflammation. I'd keep treating the inflammation. And then the part about the endocrine system, where you're jump starting the endocrine system, it helps slow down the aging process, and it helps you stay like pretty on top of things when you got to do things. And it's not really like it gives you like the energy, like when you're tired and you take a little cinnamon or a little ginseng or something, you go, okay, now I have the energy. It's almost like it gives you that inner, like, got to take care of business. I gotta get this done. I got to do this. And it's not even like a lot of times that you think about it, you just jump up and start doing it. And then you realize like, wow, that's kind of not the way I felt like a month ago, or that's not me or whatever.
Yeah.
And the endocrine system can get depleted at any given time. And so those would be bread and butter things that I would do on a daily basis.
Okay. And
Everything else is like when you start to feel a little bit off or wonky. If you start feeling a little weird, you could do the Splendor for the vital centers. You could, deepen the breath. That's always helpful. There's things that can be done with some of those.
I was doing the larch for the breath.
Yeah, large
Should
works
speak for
really well.
that.
Yeah. I got larch. Where's my larch? I have it right here.
And the
I've been going
inflammation,
pretty crazy with the larch these days.
and the inflammation, I'm doing black cumin, and
Perfect.
I
Yep.
use oh gosh, the herb,
Flaxseed.
well, that, and I'm blocked. Oh dear, I don't know. It'll come. Yeah, we'll skip that. There is an herb that I try to put, turmeric.
Oh, turmeric. Yeah.
Is there an oil?
Turmeric's amazing. Yeah. Stay on the
There is a
turmeric.
turmeric oil, so I could
Yeah.
order.
Oh, yeah.
Would that
Mhm.
work better than the
It's
herb?
more potent than the herb. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'll order that.
And it's not expensive at all. Like it's,
Okay, well,
I
if
mean,
it
it's
works,
actually cheaper to use the oil than it is to even be buying the herbs for both black cumin and turmeric, just
Okay.
because of how long it lasts and how potent it is. You get more bang for your buck with the oil.
and is there anything else in terms of herbs or oils for inflammation?
For inflammation, I'm thinking about you in particular, not just in general, but
Because I have the autoimmune, the bullous pemphigoid.
yeah.
That's been managed well for some time now. A few years.
Moroccan thyme, you could always throw some Moroccan thyme in there, but I think with everything you got going on, I don't know that, you know, I'd maybe do Moroccan thyme as it goes into cold and flu seasons. you know.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah,
well,
but that's
thank
pretty
you.
solid for you.
Yeah, thank you very, very
You're
much.
so welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed.
Oh, it's exciting and
Yeah.
you know, it gets me, it's as problematic as my situation is, I'm excited. And it's like, this has given me just a new lease on life, I
Oh,
think.
good.
That there, along with the difficulty, there's a lot of pleasure.
Yeah,
And
Yeah.
I'm very grateful.
both can be there. You
for
know, you
that.
could have difficult times and you can have great times, and you could have an upsetting day and a day where great things happen, and they all can exist in the same time frame.
But they don't last. In the same day, something wonderful can happen.
Right.
And,
Right.
so thank you.
You're so welcome.
I can't thank you enough. All right, I'll get on this. Thanks.
And we got to thank Robert. This was Robert's idea. Like,
Well, Robert, you have wonderful ideas, and
yeah,
I just feel so grateful because I can think more clearly and intelligently
Yeah.
about the physical. And I sort of had been ignoring that completely.
Yeah.
Well, not completely, but yeah, this opened a lot of doors. So
great.
thank you for your wonderful idea.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Laura, then Jane.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg. I'm not, I've done some reading about circadian rhythms, but I'm really not very knowledgeable. And I know that I have a problem because I go to bed way later than I should for my circadian rhythm pattern.
Right.
Do you have?
Well, this is what I would say about that too, though. Like, you know, it is about dark and light. You know, like when light's outside, you have things going on, and when it's dark, you should be sleeping. Yes, to a certain extent, but the thing is about like sometimes going to bed a little too late, or maybe getting up a little earlier than what you need to. Some of that is that it's your time. You know what I mean? You don't have the demands of the day. You don't have a lot of thought forms or people pulling on you. It's like a quiet time that gets to be like you and your inner time. And I would say that as long as you're getting a decent amount of sleep, you know, if you're going to bed late, just allow yourself to sleep in a little bit later in the morning. And I would honestly call it good. I like that idea for some people to just have like their own time to them. You know, it's not like, oh, I should be doing this, or I should call this person, or, you know, this person emailed and da 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 da. It's just like you and your time. It's almost like it's a kind of meditation. And it is a time to reflect and go inward. And if that time of not going to sleep is you doing that, or getting up super early is you doing that, I would say I would be okay with that. Like I, you know, just make sure you get enough sleep. I'd still work their circadian rhythms, but the idea that it's based on just light and darkness, I mean, they are tied to the pineal gland, but my experience has been that it's more about the rhythms of the body and not so dependent on that it's nighttime or daytime. You know, it's just
Interesting.
like cycles and the rhythms of the body and the rhythms of the things going on outside. And, you know, we have this template, like during the day we're busy and at night we're supposed to do these things, but it's a like a kind of a template. It isn't something that we have to follow. Like, does that make sense? Like, I know I'm kind of
Yes.
rambling, but
No, that makes sense. That's great.
so I mean, like what I do sometimes, because I go through periods where like, man, we'll go to bed, like it's like 10 o'clock and I'm like, I need to go to bed. There's times where it's 1 o'clock and it's my time to think about things, not like in a normal way. Like I don't have to think about it because I have a deadline. I don't have to think about it because I'm trying to do something. It's like I get to have like kind of creative, not like daydreaming, but like you're kind of opening up to potentials. I think that's really super important. It doesn't have to be done all the time, but if that's what's happening, I would say like let that happen. Like I think that's really important mental sanity, you know. And I'll still inhale the lotus during those times. And it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to go to sleep earlier, but it's almost like it enhances that kind of creative process. And then I take it into my sleep. And I find that like I'll do it for a while and then I don't. And then I'll do it for a while. It's almost like when I need it, I do it. And when I don't need it, like I just go to bed like normal. I would allow yourself to do that.
So I have,
especially if you're not on a crazy schedule where you're like, I have to be up at 7, I have to go do this, I have to go do that. If that's the case, then try to stay in your sleep cycles. But if that starts to not be so much an issue, let yourself kind of explore some of those other things.
now, do you prefer lotus over the ginger lily? I have ginger lily.
It doesn't matter. Like
And
any of them work. Yeah.
And you do that at bedtime?
I usually do it at night. Yeah. It might not be right at bedtime. Sometimes it's like an hour or two before. Sometimes I'm laying in bed doing it. Yeah. I used to, long time ago, I used to have the shamanic teacher. And, it's the kind of teacher where they don't teach the public. They just teach to a few people and whatever. And one of the things that they used to have us do is he would have us stay awake for 24 hours and observe your thoughts and your feelings and your actions and your impulses, your motivations during the day, and then at night, and then late at night, and then like at 3 in the morning and at 4 in the morning. And he wanted us to watch the sun going down, and then if the moon was up, and then the sun coming up. And when he first told me that, I was like, this just sounds like busy work. And it was profound. It was really, really profound. Your brain just works differently in the night, like it just does. And so much easier to go inward. The sun, in a way, it's kind of a stress. And if you really think about like what does it feel like when you're closer to your truer nature, it's usually in the dark with candles. Like that feels like the heart. That feels like your inner whatever. And those middle of the night times, it's a way to break through like your normal everyday thinking because you don't have the stress of the sun. It's like the best way I could say it. Like the sun, it's like a force that, you can't like tell off the sun. You can't like have a fit and you go, sun, da, 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 da. It's like, it's always there. It's always a force. And it impacts our mind. It impacts our intellect. And when it goes away, the mind is different. Yeah. So I would say, like, if you have times where you're feeling like awake, I'd lean into it. The lotus will help you process in that state of like kind of moon time or nighttime or whatever. And, I would say don't let it last forever. But if you're trying to work through something, you're more likely to work through it late at night than the middle of the day.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I have about 10 other questions, but I'll ask you
Fire
later.
away. Like I'm fine. Like fire away if you want to
mean,
ask them.
So what you were describing is staying up 24 hours. Is that a practice you think that, I am ready for or something?
Oh, I would say if you feel up to it and you have the time and like I don't know that I could pull it off these days unless I like scheduled it or something, and I don't know that that would necessarily work. But like if you have the time and you still can take like little naps or something, but it's kind of interesting to watch how you think and feel throughout the different cycles of that 24 hours. And how you feel when the sun comes up and when the sun comes down and when the moon's in the sky and when it's light in the sky. If you feel up to it, I would say do it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Then if you do it, let me know because I find it very interesting.
Okay. Thank you.
And go ahead, Jane, then Deanna.
Hey, Jane.
Howdy. Many of the sequences, I would say the majority of them, when you would go through them and you tell us to stop and, process it and think about it and how the body is and all that, then you left us too long because I wasn't ready to pick it up and do it again.
You could do it faster. Yeah, if it works better for you.
All I'm saying is it put me in such a relaxed state that I really didn't want to move.
Yeah, that was actually a little bit of the point. Like sometimes you could take that same protocol and if you kind of stop between each step, it can knock you out.
Oh,
but
yeah.
for doing things for the whole weekend, a little too intense, but like you said, if you want to play with it, you want to experiment with it, put a little gap between each step and it will knock you out.
Well, and the body, the innards feels a lot more calm and relaxed, and it feels like I got
Beautiful.
a lot of healing. There's
Good.
I also have an issue. They put about a year ago, I decided to see what it was like to walk on black ice, and I fell and broke,
yeah, I've been there.
and I fell and broke my femur, and the surgeon did okay putting the rod in, but whoever sewed me up did not do a very good job. And I've had trouble with knots in the leg when I ran my hand down it. And when I laid in bed last night, I ran my hand down it and it was like some of the knots were gone. And I was wondering, so I don't know which protocol or sequences.
So it could have been the very first thing that we did with the autonomic nervous system. It could have been, let me see what else we did.
I was thinking the mugwort.
Could have been the mugwort. That would have been one of the other ones I would say. And let me look at what else we did. The other thing is I would probably put some helichrysum on the area and you could rotate it with like marjoram or pepper, like black pepper. And inflammation, the gut. And it also could have been the pain processing. The pain processing does reduce like a body tension in the body. So I think you nailed it. It's probably either mugwort, the galbanum with the pain processing, or the lemongrass right off the bat, or whatever you use. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Also, at one point in time, you gave a sequence using Artemisia or mugwort, where you put it on the heel.
Oh yeah.
And the soft part, and then the back behind the knee, and then the hip, and then I breathe into it. Would that probably work better than, or would it be better to work the whole sequence?
I would do both. I would work the sequence of doing the arms and the legs. After you've done that a few times, instead of going like joint by joint, you can just be aware of the whole arm or the whole leg. But the thing that I like about doing that heel, like it takes a weird tension out of your feet and out of your legs. You'll feel it all the way up into your back. You definitely will feel it up into the legs. It's a way to unwind the soft tissue or the fascia all the way up into the pelvis, even like a little bit higher into the low back. But I mean, it will really take some tension out of your legs. And because you have the injury, even though it's up on the femur, you still have like a fascial thing that will go all the way down into the foot. And a lot of times the place where that really binds up the most is in the heel. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it
Treating the
would
heel
work-
is amazing. Like I can't say enough good things about it. Like it doesn't just make your foot feel better, it makes your legs feel better, it makes your hips feel better, it makes your low back feel better. Sometimes I even feel tension leave my jaws. It's so weird. But the soft tissue in your feet is connected to the soft tissue in your head. It's like somebody took a big napkin and made like a outline of your body, and it's all that one napkin. So it looks like you, but if they went whip, it would all be just one piece of tissue. And so even when you work it in different areas of your body, especially in weight-bearing areas, it will have an impact all over your body.
Okay, so but back to the heel, the soft tissue, the behind the knee and the hip.
Mhm.
Is that that'll work on both legs, right?
Yes,
You do it on one and it's gonna work on both.
I would do both legs at the same time.
Okay,
Yeah.
because a lot of my issue is with my legs.
You could focus more on, like, if you have a bad leg, you could focus more on that leg, but at some point I'd still do both legs.
Right, they like to be treated equal.
Yeah. You don't want to start walking in circles.
No, I don't. I already walk in circles.
Right.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. Glad you enjoyed.
And then go ahead, Deanna, then Sonia.
Hey, Diana.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much for this amazing weekend.
Oh, good.
I have a question. I have fertility issues. How often
Okay.
do you suggest I do the protocol 13?
Which one? 13?
Yeah, the one for the glandular stimulation. What I was reading.
Oh, I
in
do it daily. Like if you're having fertility issues, I do it daily.
Okay.
How old are you, if you don't mind?
I'll be 40 this year.
Yeah, I would take it internally and do the inhalation and have you been trying to get pregnant, or it's just like a thought that you want to do it?
No,
Or
yeah, we're trying, but I got pregnant last year, but we lost the baby. So we've been trying since, but nothing happened.
okay, this is going to sound kind of weird, but
Yeah.
So I would do that every day, and
Okay.
then I would do Shazandra, and I would take 2 or 3 drops of that daily. And the idea is that sometimes like the mucus and things of the body, and including like hormones and just like fluids in the body, they can be a little bit like thick, and it
Okay.
makes it harder for the sperm to penetrate to get
Okay.
to where it needs to go. And so, sometimes they'll do treatments in Chinese medicine for that, but I find that the use of the Shazandra will make the mucus like more fluid, and it
Okay.
makes it easier for the sperm to hit its target. Like it doesn't have to fight through like the mucous membrane and the fluid around those
Okay.
areas. So I would still do the 3 wise men and then just augment it with Shazandra once a day. And yeah, keep trying.
Okay. I will do it. Thank you so much, Greg.
And he's been tested, like we know
No.
it's no. Have him take some vitamin C. Like
Okay.
it could be quercetin, it could just be regular vitamin C. Have him take at least a couple thousand milligrams of vitamin C.
Okay,
Yeah.
we will do our work, homework.
But if there hasn't been success in 30 days, let me know and we'll do some more steps. But I think that's probably going to resolve it.
Okay, that's very
Okay.
kind. Thank
Okay.
you.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Sonia, and then we have some shares and questions here.
Hey, Sonia.
You said something about alternating for brain injury, like 3 different herbs, and I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, helichrysum, Cape chamomile, and spike lavender.
Okay.
Yeah, it just like, and if whatever you used for the last one with the circadian rhythms, you could throw that in the mix as well. But as far as trying to rehab brain injuries, you know, brain lesions, things like that, the Cape chamomile is really helpful in that. Helichrysum is helpful to help unwind the lesion as well. And the spike lavender is very good for regulating the cerebral spinal fluid circulation. So if you just keep rotating the use, and you can just inhale them, like it doesn't even, you can follow the pattern, but for that, you can just inhale them. Like just inhale them, put your awareness on the brain, and just keep working the 3 of them. Yeah.
Like in one session?
You could do it in one session. You could do like 1 a day or 1 in the morning, 1 in the evening, but just keep working them and rotating them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Greg mentioned the blend Nerve Help. Did Greg say how to apply it anywhere on the body?
Anywhere on the body. Like I get those little fibrillation things like on my back and in my legs. And so that's where I put it, but it takes like a weird tension out of my neck and jaws. It's bizarre. But it doesn't matter where you put it on. Like I do it as a body tonic. You could put several drops on your wrist. But you know, I would use it wherever you're having a problem. So if you have like a back issue, do it on your back. If you have a neck and shoulder issue, do it there. If you have a leg problem, do it there. Yeah.
Great, I think. And the best application is just neat or in a.
I actually like the body tonic just because you can make it last longer that way. But you can do neat. Yeah.
And go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg. I'm looking at circadian rhythm. I've got ginger lily from the Metatron healing technique course. And I'm also looking at blue lotus, pink lotus, white lotus as being something to rotate through with for the best circadian rhythm. All of those are a little bit out of budget at the moment. Is there something?
But you have the ginger lily from?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I would just do that one.
Just stick with ginger lily.
Yeah, I don't think you need to be getting all the other ones.
Okay.
Yeah, just stick with the ginger lily. Ginger lily works really super well for that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And then for circadian rhythm is basically do that daily or a couple times a week.
If you can do it daily, boy, my hat off to you. Like I'll do it for a few days and then I'm like, boy, this is amazing. And then I won't do it for 2 weeks.
Okay.
You know, so
Okay.
you'll kind of know when you like hit your like, this is good. It's not that you'll overdo it. It's just that, you know how like when you start feeling good, you stop taking the supplement that got you there. Like
Yeah.
it's kind of like that. Like you start feeling good and then you're like, you don't really think about it until you're like, oh, I wish I felt like I did 2 weeks ago.
I'm having such a good time. I don't need to do that again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect. Yep. Perfect. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
How long do we wait between applying different oils to the wrists?
I'd give it like 30, 45 minutes or, like you could apply one here and then a little higher. Like, you can do them kind of side by side. Just don't put them on top of each other. That you could do kind of quickly. within 5 minutes of each other or so.
After weeks of stress, traveling, business, depositions, I have become worn and tired. I would confuse names, etc., and clearly aware that I was forgetful. Now I get it.
Yeah.
This weekend has changed everything.
Yeah.
I think I will sleep tonight.
Yeah.
I feel much more aware and so much more relaxed.
Yeah.
Thank you again.
Good for you. Keep on the sage. Keep on the sage for a little bit, because that just sounds like a bit of brain fatigue. I mean, you're going through all the things that would cause brain fatigue, and so just stay on it, and you'll bounce back. And if you feel you need a little mental stimulation, still have your cup of coffee, but throw a little basil, in the mix, and go from there. Yeah, well, good for you. Yeah.
Greg, could you say more about working with brainwaves? What are the advantages of working with brainwaves? Are there angels associated with them?
Not necessarily angels, but you're changing how the brain is functioning. It's not that you're making it do something different, it's that you're really tapping into a greater level of your potential. And so a lot of times when we have health issues or something's happened, there's been a trauma, it starts to throw off the brain waves that then starts to throw off physiological functions. But really, when you're looking at the brain waves, the deeper thing is that the brain waves are connecting the mind to the soul. And so when you start increasing that kind of contact, soul energy eventually comes in and just starts cleaning house. Like it just starts, if there's some issue in the physiology, it just kind of starts to clean it up if it's, within reason. But especially like negative tendencies, old traumas, things like this, because a lot of our tendencies that we would consider negative, it's really a byproduct of conditioning. We just had some bad experiences that we either are protecting ourselves or caused us to spin out a little bit. And the brainwaves helps to clean all that up. Yeah.
Basil coffee? Question mark.
Oh, in the morning when you need a little more mental, I'm not saying put basil in your coffee, but drink your coffee and have a few drops of basil and inhale your basil. Basil coffee, that might be a little odd. Basil tea sounds better.
Non-class topic.
Yeah, sure.
question.
Sure.
What can I do to help with hair growth? My hair is falling out. Sorry, the hair is falling out. What can I do to help it not fall out?
So you could do a couple of things. Sometimes putting sage on the scalp, like in your shampoo, or rosemary, thyme, like a soft thyme, like thyme linalool. I would try that, but this is what I would also try. A lot of times it's because the collagen in the body has destabilized. And so you can get, what's that company that we get the collagen from?
I don't remember.
We get these little collagen chews. Yeah, we get these little collagen chews, and I'm not joking. You take like 2 or 3 of those chews within about 3 days. They're just like a little, not candy, but a little soft thing you chew on and then swallow. Within like 2 or 3 days, the hair slows down. Within 4 or 5 days, it stops falling out. It's usually because the collagen has destabilized. Yeah. It's the company is Neocell. This is a powder, but
We get the chews.
we get the chews. Samantha does the powder, I do the chews. And I don't even do it all the time, but like, if I start taking my hair out of the hairband and I start to feel hair coming out, they go through and I eat them for like 3 or 4 days, and then it stops and we're good again.
Oh. The benefits physiologically and psychologically of clary sage.
Clary sage is very good for like cramps and things like this. Good for stress. Can be sedating to the central nervous system, like when the central nervous system gets agitated. Let me look it up on my notes. Give me just a second, I'll look up. I'm sure I have plenty of notes here. Yeah, it could be used for respiratory issues. Kind of not my go-to for respiratory issues, but it can be used for that. Definitely cramping down in the gut or from menstrual issues. Nervous system wise can be used to treat depression, exhaustion, tension, frigidity, impotence, migraines, tension headaches, just general tension in the body, psychologically, stress, fear, anxiety, can produce mental clarity. It produces mental clarity because it helps you get a little bit out of the logical mind. You know, it keeps you from grinding on things. So fixations, things like that. Energetically, it's a bit cleansing. It can have a regulating effect on the solar plexus.